Hi, welcome back. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch. I know I did. Our next speaker is Floris Branogo. He's going to be speaking about build your microservices with ZeroMQ.
Hello. So yeah, I'm Floris. I've been writing Python for quite a while, and currently I'm working on Kobe.io, and this is it's a monitoring platform, and we've kind of designed the backend to be microservices in using ZeroMQ as well to communicate, etc. And this talk is a little bit based on that experience that we have from that, and I think it's a very good way of making a resilient backend. I think. Obviously, when we started this about a year ago, you know, we've learned along the way. We didn't do everything perfect either. You know, software kind of is a living thing, and that kind of works like that. So. Yeah, but I think this is I think it's a nice way, and often microservices tend to nowadays use HTTP with JSON, and I think it's nice to think about other ways of doing this. So, just a kind of an overview of what I will be talking about today is I'll kind of have it in two halves. The first one is sort of I'll talk a bit about message passing, and I think how we kind of came from building monolithic applications to sort of towards microservices, and why that actually to me at least makes sense. And then on the second part, I'm going to discuss a little bit more about ZeroMQ, why it is a very, and it kind of ties in a bit, why it's a very nice way of using for communication. I'll then give a very quick worldwide tour of some, not really of very much details about ZeroMQ, but just some pointers and tips of what to look out for. And then also I'll sort of discuss some patterns that we used that I think are useful for designing to use in your microservices when building this communication. There's not that much time, so I don't really go in an awful lot of background detail, so I assume you have sort of a high level overview of knowledge of why HTTP and the rest of the how works. And you sort of have a vague idea of what ZeroMQ is at least, so you know, it's sort of this socket library that sends messages around but doesn't have a central message broker. So it's processes directly talk to each other usually. So I think message passing is actually a quite interesting. I think it is an essential kind of part. When we write like large code bases, etc., things usually end up being in separate things, kind of compartmentalized, you know, modules, packages, etc. And sometimes, like in monolithic applications, you end up having threading or something, or multiprocessing and that sort of thing. But things usually fall into sort of smaller tasks. And a common way, especially like when going to threading models, etc., is to because the way the operating systems kind of started implementing this, and when we were writing big monolithic applications, those were the tools we had available, so a lot of shared memory is sort of happening. But this observation from Joe Armstrong is like, well, you know, that is not how we work in the real world either. It's not really, if you want to communicate an ID, we talk to each other. We don't like open each other's brain and poke around in there directly. So message passing is kind of a very natural way of letting different tasks and different components work together. And it's also, it results, if you employ that in resilient, if you employ that more, then you actually end up in quite building resilient systems. So as we go sort of, Joe Armstrong, together with these other people, kind of realized this, and they were back in the late 80s, I think. they were asked to write some software for their work, and one of the, and you know, as any good software engineer, they went, well, yeah, that would be, we'll definitely write that software, but they ended up kind of writing a language first instead of actually the software. But what they did is, because they designed the language around these smaller components, and they actually embraced this, like, let's make lots of little tasks and let's make them communicate with each other. So everything, the structure they set up was, if you can decompose your programs into all these smaller tasks and make them talk to each other, the task itself actually become quite small and a lot simpler to work on. And they did the communication they did via message passing. In this, they created, they made an actor implementation essentially, and they just became little loops of, like, wait for a message. Then if you get a message, do something, and then maybe send some other messages, and then when you're done, just wait for the next message and process the next message. And this resulted in a very robust kind of language that was really good for building big and scalable systems. And the other important thing they did actually in their when they were creating Erlang was having all these hundreds and thousands of little tasks actually that they have. Is you have to sort of manage those, because if you have an error, you know, they may die. And they took sort of this attitude of let it die, is sort of one of the mottos they have. And to work around that, they basically they have these special supervisor kind of supervision tasks that look after the other ones. And if one of the tasks dies, they just restart it in particular ways, etc. And to build, like, the massive big applications, they end up building these supervision trees, like with supervisors supervising other supervisors, and then maybe a combination of actual real task and supervisors. And that has proven to be, like, a very good way of writing software. It's just basically try and decompose it as far and as you can, and then communicate with each other. So in a way, I kind of think of Erlang as kind of an original kind of nano-services way of writing programs. But in the meantime, like since the 80s, the infrastructure around us has been improving as well. So while, you know, on a big mainframe it was easier to deploy one big application kind of thing, then, you know, it became easier to kind of have your own servers for your own project, and we kind of went to service-oriented architectures a little bit in between. You know, it was already smaller, still quite big to deploy, but then the infrastructure around us kept improving as well. We started getting cloud services for spinning up new virtual machines, etc. You just call an API call, you get a new virtual machine. So things kept scaling down, and this basically all because the infrastructure around to manage these things kind of came into place. So packaging and distributing your application to your infrastructure just became easier, and it allowed us to shrink our individual components. And this basically, like with containers, we actually we then managed to go from sort of a whole a single process per container kind of mapping, and that means basically you can now just have in your own application, you just, because all of that work is being offloaded to the tooling around you, your application can just become smaller and smaller, and that's really nice. So, and I'm a big I think Kubernetes is a very like the orchestration systems that we got, like Kubernetes is really nice, kind of takes that further, because it takes that property of the supervision trees that Erlang has, and it means that our microservices don't really have to worry anymore about logging or about dying. If they have an error, you just let it die, and Kubernetes will sort of ensure that it gets restarted and you get the right number of your containers keep running, and that allows us to shrink sort of our process, and we end up being easier to write our applications as whole processes. or containers. And the other benefit of that is while Erlang is kind of these nano services and maybe this, I don't know, you could think of it as like the ultimate goal, but the other benefit is with containers, we completely isolate it, so we don't all have to write the same programming language. We can now write in Python, you know, a language that gives us looping syntax rather than something like bizarre from the 80s that doesn't do looping syntaxes. So that's kind of where this allows us to get to. So 0MQ then. 0MQ is a very, it's a kind of a socket library. So it's very well supported on many platforms. It's really stable, well tested. But it's essentially a socket library, but it gives nice properties, so you can send messages to each other, and you don't have a central broker, which is really nice to build kind of distributed architectures. And kind of one of the main benefits that I kind of compare to like HTTP with REST request is you get out of, with the problem with if you do this HTTP request is you actually have a very strict pattern. You do a request, you get a response. And if you end up building lots of microservices that do need to do this, what you're calling another microservice, and then you have to go and wait for the response. And if the and if you call services several layers deep, etc., you still have this very direct call graph of dependencies that all need to be there. And if you're not careful, you actually have like the same thing as a monolith, because it's essentially function calls, but instead of doing it in process, you now have an extra network layer that can go and fail as well, which, you know, networks do fail. So just like you can try and improve things with adding timeouts, etc., but it doesn't. You still have a quite restricted way of organizing things. So that's why I think like 0MQ brings kind of new possibilities in. 0MQ itself is like it's a very quick kind of what I think is good points of 0MQ is kind of it keeps persistent connections, so it can do really low overhead communication. It's very good at like grouping packages if it needs to, but still keeping the latency very low. And it gives you reliable, so it delivers whole messages and it gives them always in order, etc. It transparently reconnects as well, so you don't have to worry about, oh, the service isn't there, I'm going to have to back off a little bit and try and reconnect in 3 seconds and then maybe in 5 seconds and all those sort of things. So I kind of like to think of it as like Python dev is like one of the sayings they have is like, oh, we read Knuth, so we as Python programmers don't have to, so they do that. And 0MQ is a bit like that, you know, they do the horrible, nasty networking stuff, talking with kernels and all the sorts of things that, all the stuff that can go wrong, and we just get this nice messaging syntax on top. And the other benefit is language agnostic, so you can just communicate. You don't care what your microservice is written in, but obviously that's the same as in HTTP. The last thing is kind of, it's got a very nice user level syntax, so it kind of does things asynchronously. So you just say, I want to deliver this, I want to send this message, and it just returns straight away. And it takes it away, and then it goes and has to deal with all the kernel drivers and the buffering and the network, etc. And you don't have to worry about that. You just receive and send atomic messages, and everything else happens sort of in the background, and it's much easier to write with. Saying that, there is some, you know, not everything is great. It is a bit lower level. So HTTP, because 0MQ is a transport, so HTTP is a little bit lower level. You have to actually design your own protocol, which you don't have to do with HTTP. With HTTP, you only have to worry about the payload. So, you know, JSON is a common format. You can still transfer JSON around in this, or you can use something else. We tend to use message pack. But the fact that your communication pattern of when do I send a message, when do I receive a message, is now your problem. So you have a little bit more work to do. And the other thing is, and in those communication, when these protocols, one of the good tricks is kind of to always, 0MQ messages are kind of divided up in frames, and to always kind of start with a version frame, so you can easily change your protocol just by selecting on the version kind of frame. The other kind of a little bit difficult thing sometimes in 0MQ is that you have no knowledge about connection, so you don't know if your peer is actually connected, because on the previous slide I said, you know, it handles this automatic reconnection for you in the background. it also means you don't know if the other side, if your peer is actually alive. So you're just sending things. And that can be sometimes a little bit difficult, but that depends on your protocol. If you design your protocol kind of right way around, then you don't really have to worry about it. Sometimes you end up having to do hard beating to actually know your peer is there, and that is not very nice at all. So it's nicer to try and avoid that. So now I'm going to go really quickly through the slides because I don't think there is enough time to go in as much depth as I would like. But just some pointers about things to look out for when using ZeroMQ is when there's always queues associated. So if you have two peers that talk to each other, you create a socket on each side. There's no central broker, but you do get queues, and they're just in memory on either side, so they're associated with the socket, and they don't tend to really explain in a nice consolidated way where when those queues get created and when they get destroyed, and that's sort of important because if there's message in your queues when they get destroyed. So in general, they sort of get created when you're receiving connections. They get created when the peer first connects to you. When you're making outgoing connections, they sort of get created when you make the connection, even if there is no connection yet. But it's something to watch out for when queues get created and get destroyed. The other thing about queues is that it gives you some sort of back pressure. So if the queue is full, depending on the socket type that you used in ZeroMQ, which I'll get to in a second, when the queue is full, either it will block or it will just silently drop your messages. That's okay. Your protocol can just take that into account, and that sort of gives you back pressure. So if you've got too many messages, you can decide to start. If the other peer isn't like consuming them fast enough, you can kind of block. In Python's bindings, you probably want to reconfigure that to not actually really block your application. Sometimes it doesn't really matter, but even if it doesn't really matter, if you actually really block, then you have no ID because you're just stuck somewhere in a C stack, in a C call, and not in Python world. So it's much nicer to just let it raise an exception, and then you can log saying, hey, my queues are full, and then you can still decide to block or do whatever, but at least you're in Python land. The other thing to look out for if you're starting is like every single tutorial pretty much starts with this request-reply pattern. It's not a good pattern, not just because it's not what I said about HTTP, but also because there's weird internal states. I'm not going to go into that much detail, but they realized this well, and they're actually replacing this as well by some client-server thing. But that's not yet there. But basically, you can skip past the request reply, and dealer and router sockets are the ones. They're the workhorse of ZeroMQ. They're what you want to use. Very quickly, so the main difference between dealer and router, so you can connect them to many peers, so you can talk to many ones. The main difference is that the router can actually address a single of its peers. The downside, the flip side of that is that it needs to wait to receive a message, because only once it receives the message, it has the address of the peer to send the message to. Dealer is often used as the other side, and in that case, the only thing I would like to say for dealer is like, if you only connect to one peer, then you know who you're going to send things to. So that's often kind of used to connect a dealer to a single router socket. That's kind of a common way of doing that. PubSub is the other pattern that you probably want to use a lot. And it's basically just one-way communication. So essentially, you're broadcasting information to lots of subscribers. But it is a fire hose. So if the sending side will never kind of be bothered by clients not being able to keep up. But it does mean when clients when clients can't keep up, they won't, because the nature of ZeroMQ, you won't really know that the client won't detect that it has missed information, that it has missed data. So when you design protocols for that, you usually want to put in a counter. So you just put in a counter so that increments every time a message gets sent. And then the client at least can detect that, hey, I've missed something. And well, then it can try and decide what to do about having missed something. This is, I call it a service pattern. It's kind of this is a common kind of microservice thing that we've been saying, I guess. And this is sort of when you have a microservice that wants to manage a resource of some reason, of some sort. I find it really nice to kind of try and think of it as a state machine and actually write the states that this resource can be in, and then draw the connections, the state transitions that you can make. And once you have that state diagram, you can think of it. It simplifies things. So, and then you can start thinking about what messages do I want to send to this to change from those states. And then when you're designing that protocol, the nice thing, the thing you want to look out for is you don't really want to design your protocol so that you send messages saying, hey, can you take this action for me, please? Because then you go back to the sort of request-reply kind of style of things. Can you take this action for me? No, sorry, I was in the wrong state. Or yeah, sure, it was successful. It's much nicer to kind of make your message, your protocol that you make, to make it kind of level-based. So instead, you just say like, hey, can you get this resource for me in this state? And depending on the resource you're managing, you may not even be bothered about waiting for the reply. You can just go and send that message and walk away from it. Obviously, to get the current state of the resource, you will have to wait for a reply. So you still have sometimes you do have to do reply. But that's kind of a nice way of making your services kind of more resilient against all the weird things you can get in failure. The other one that I would like to point out is basically use PubSub. PubSub is great, and that's kind of consumers. It really decouples. Like if you can try and think of your problem that those two services want to talk, if you can somehow, even if you only have like one consumer for this publisher, if you can think of it as a PubSub problem, it becomes a lot more decoupled. And it will become more resilient, and it also simplifies the overall architecture, because if you make everything like a peer-to-peer connection where you actually have to know about the other sides, you end up often with this Death Star architecture of like all dependencies relying on each other, and like this using PubSub is really simplifies that sort of that situation. So that's if you can at all get away with using PubSub, it's usually a much nicer, a very good choice. And then lastly, I'd like to mention this sort of, because when going back to the beginning where I said, well, the infrastructure kind of takes place, so it takes over, and that's why we can write these smaller applications. And when I was talking about actors as well, every kind of service ends up doing the same thing. It's just waiting for messages. And then when it gets a message, it starts to do something. So this is something that we kind of started, because the main loop of every application was kind of the same, so it's always the same boilerplate. So we started abstracting this away. And we came up with this stream abstraction, where you can basically just use a for loop. The for loop is the interesting part here that you want to look at. So you just process messages off your for loop, and then you do something with them. And if there's no message, the for loop, the iterator of the for loop will just block. Termination then becomes very simple. You just have this stream.send term. You hook that up to sig term or something like that, and when you want to terminate your application, send a signal, it just comes basically in as a message, but it's kind of hidden from you, and the for loop just exits and exits cleanly. The only other thing that extra does, that this stream kind of does, is it uses, here it's demonstrated with a context manager, and the only reason for that is that it also needs a context manager, is that you also have, if you get an exception in your message handling code or something, it allows the stream to sort of clean up itself, because it has some ZRMQ sockets to open itself internally. But it's kind of it's a very nice abstraction that we kind of handled, and it's basically the core of pretty much every microservice that we have. It's publicly available currently in this ACT.zkit package, which is a little bit odd. ACT is kind of just our own personal kind of boilerplate removal kind of tool, it might not be applicable. I really would like to move the ZKit package outside of it, because that's more of a generic usable thing. But yeah, it's a very nice way of removing the boilerplate in your services. And that's kind of this is kind of a repeat of like the main thing really. You don't have to like 0MQ if you don't like it. But if you think of your architecture, if you think of it as passing messages rather than as request reply, you start to think of your architecture different, and you end up building more resilient architectures. And yeah, look outside of the box of HTTP. You don't have to like 0MQ, but there are other options other than HTTP. So, yeah, thank you very much. That was a...
I think we have time for one question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That was awesome. I just have a question regarding one slide where you said like kind of don't use HTTP. So what's your take on something like REST API or WebSockets?
So REST is usually very request response based. So that comes with what I think is watch out. I mean it is useful sometimes. WebSockets kind of definitely work around this, because you get a stream and then you have to implement your own protocols on top of that stream. So WebSockets are a nice way of communicating as well.
Okay. Maybe we can fit in one more. Okay, give a big hand to Floris. and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Daniele Procida with his talk on documentation-driven development.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to hear me again, if that's again for you. I'll quickly tell you about me. I'm Daniele Procida. I work for DVO. I'm a community manager at DVO. I'm a Django CMS developer and a core developer also of the Django project and a board member of the Django Software Foundation. There's my email address. You can find me as EvilDMP on IRC and GitHub and so on. So some people take quite seriously this idea that you should write your documentation first and then the code should follow. And it's something that's not discussed or practiced nearly as much as test-driven development. In fact, I don't actually know anyone who really does documentation-driven development or even talks about it. And I don't want to spend too much time on this, but documentation-driven development is the idea that reverses the typical priority of code and documentation. You start with the code, you start with the documentation instead of the code, and instead of documenting the code, you code the documentation. So it's rather like test-driven development in that it puts what should be the case before what is actually the case. It helps establish a shared and easily accessible higher-level overview of the work at hand. It provides a shared and easily accessible metric of success for the work, which is important. It encourages the contribution and engagement of non-programmers, and it kind of binds the programming effort into a coherent narrative. And the honest truth is that I don't know very much more than this about documentation-driven development, though I'm sure it's a valuable development practice that more people should adopt. But in fact, what I want to talk about is not this exactly, but some other senses in which documentation drives development. So I want to have a look at Django and the Django project and consider what documentation has meant for Django's development. So the first thing we should say is, and it's not because this is a new observation, but simply because everybody seems to agree on it, is that Django's documentation is exemplary. And I have not come across any other similar project, possibly any other project at all, with better documentation than Django. And perhaps my experience is just a bit limited, but I don't think anybody else seems to have come up with a project with better documentation than Django has. Well, what it actually is so good about Django's documentation? First of all, it's structured properly. So it's structured into a very clear division between tutorials, how-tos, reference material, and topics. And I'll discuss the implications of that a bit later, but that structure matters a lot. Within the structure, it's very clear and consistent. It's comprehensive. It covers just about everything. All of it is held to very high standards. So you need to work as hard on documentation as on code if you want to get it accepted into Django itself. It exemplifies important values, such as clarity, courtesy, friendliness. And finally, documentation in Django is a process rather than a product. And again, that's something else I want to talk about particularly later. So all these are the things that actually make the documentation good as documentation. And the differences it makes, the effects it has, are important for the project. It makes Django easier for people to learn and adopt. It makes those people who do adopt Django into better programmers. It lowers the support burden on people who are supporting new programmers or programmers who are trying new things or need help. And it also makes the development of Django itself easier and faster. So, in other words, Django's documentation is very good for Django. Without any doubt, it has been good for it has been part of what has improved Django over the years. And now we come to the main point of this talk, and that is that software is not the only thing that develops and grows and improves. Programmers and communities of programmers also develop and grow and improve. And it's programmers and communities of programmers that make the software grow and develop. So what does documentation mean for the development of communities and programmers? Why does documentation matter to them? Well, let's think about the Django community. Django's community, like the software, is stable and mature and dependable. You know where you are with Django's community. The community is active, it's engaged, and it's remarkably united, given that it's so large and is used by so many different people in so many different ways and places. Like all communities, it has its difficulties sometimes, but there are very rarely in Django crises that afflict some other communities, and they're very rarely in Django, we don't see in Django these lingering ills that seem to blight some other communities. And I think that one of the glues that has bound this community together is, in fact, Django's documentation. I think that when it comes to the development of the community, that Django's documentation does 4 very important things. I said earlier that it represents the attitudes of the community, but it's stronger than that. Django's documentation, or the care that Django's documentation takes, is an implicit contract that it makes with its community. It's a commitment to standards of communication and information, and it treats documentation as an activity and not just as content. And this last is, I think, the deepest of all these points, the most important. So I'm going to start with that one. Everybody learned programming who's a programmer. Have you ever had this experience of hesitating to ask for help with a programming question, perhaps on IRC or somewhere online, because you felt that the answer must be out there already if only you knew how to find it? Or, sorry, your hand's up because you're... No, because... Oh, because you had that experience? Yes, okay, good. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was a signal that I was misinterpreting. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Who has had this experience of hesitating to ask for help online because you felt the answer was probably already out there, if only you knew how to find it, or search for it, or ask for it, and you were a bit anxious that you might be invited by somebody who was a bit irritated to read the fucking manual, by somebody who thought you were being lazy or stupid? Okay. Well, I think most people have had that experience. And you might be right to hesitate, because people who already know things can be remarkably forgetful about how they learnt them, or about what it was like not to know them. So people are not always sympathetic and friendly to people who don't yet know the things that they do. And to the extent that programmers are young men full of confidence, they're not always the most empathetic group of people in the world and the ones who are most easily able to understand other people's position, even if it was a position that they themselves held. Or perhaps you've asked a question, and has anyone had this? You've asked a question, and someone's replied with a link to this sarcastic website. Do you know this, the Let Me Google That For You website? You put your search into it, and it does a sarcastic simulation of somebody searching for something on Google. So I detest that website. I really hate everything it stands for, because what it stands for is putting people down when they have a question to ask. Thank you. Yeah. Hi. It stands for putting people down who are asking for help in understanding something. And it means telling them that the reason they don't understand the thing that they want to know is that they're too stupid or lazy to learn it. So insofar as information and documentation are content, it's possible to think and respond like that. You see, the content is out there, especially in Django, where, the content, if you're asking a question about Django on IRC or something, probably the answer is in the documentation. So the temptation might be quite high for someone to say, well, let me Google that for you, because it's there. I mean, we know it's not quite so easy because we don't always know what we're looking for. But if you think of information and documentation just as content, you can say, well, the content's there. It's freely available to anybody with an internet connection. Go ahead, help yourself. If you can't find it, if you don't find it, that's your problem. Other people managed. If we think about information and documentation differently, if we think of them as processes or activities, then that kind of let me Google that for you sarcastic response is much less possible. And we do see that response much less in Django than I've seen in other programming communities. Our IRC channels and email lists are very friendly places, and the experts of the community who are there regard information and documentation as activities that they are engaging in, not as stuff that people should have read before wasting other people's time. So they consider that information is something that they do. Documentation is something that they do, not some stuff that exists out there. So information in this model is regarded as a communicative transaction between agents. And information on this model demands that we respect values of clarity. Is what I am saying clear? Intelligibility. Am I saying it in a way that the other person can make sense of it? Relevance. Is what I'm saying actually relevant to the problem that the person talking to me has? Comprehension. Has the other person, can the other person understand what I'm saying in answer to their question? Attention to the needs and abilities of the other party. Do I speak in the same way to a complete beginner who doesn't even know how to answer the question in the ideal way that I would answer to somebody who's very experienced? And affirmation of mutual understanding. Have I checked that you have understood my answer to your question? So to the extent that we regard information as a communicative transaction between me and you, between me and the person I'm trying to help, I cannot pretend that telling them to read the fucking manual is informing them. That's not informing them, because it's missing out all of that. And sarcastically Googling for them misses all of those points. So good documentation shows respect. And there's a default position that if someone doesn't understand the documentation, then the problem lies as much in the documentation or in the documentation rather than with the person who struggled to understand it. It becomes an expression of those values. So Django's documentation sets standards and expectations and the tone for communication, especially with communication with the less expert users of Django. Its documentation is an assertion of values that are subsequently asserted across and reflected the whole Django community. And what I think this means is that within Django, in this community, when I say Django, actually I include a lot of Python too, because it's most obvious in Django, but you do see it in Python in ways that you don't see in other programming communities. We think of information as the activity of informing, something we do rather than as a collection of content. And this idea of information has had real, meaningful, beneficial consequences for people who use Python and Django. So I said earlier that Django's documentation has been good for Django, but I think it's much more than merely good. Django's documentation informs its community, and to inform something means literally to shape it, to inform, to press a shape into something. So Django's documentation has literally informed, shaped the Django community. It has determined how the community has developed, what sort of thing it has developed into. And it's one of the things that continues to shape and drive the development of Django. And that's the kind of development I'm speaking of when I'm speaking of documentation-driven development. Because documentation is one of the things that determines the way Django is growing and developing. I want to take a little digression here. So, the attitude towards documentation in Django has had a tangible difference that you can experience yourself, not just when you're thinking about it for writing talks and analyzing it, but in an ordinary, everyday way. And it's brought to me quite forcefully sometimes, especially when I speak to people outside our cozy world of Django. And I have an interesting experience. If I tell people that I'm a member of the Django core development team, then if they know what Django is, then they're impressed. And they say, oh, you're a member of the Django core development team, that's really cool. And then they say, well, and what do you work on? And I say documentation mainly. Or I might tell them, part of my job title is documentation manager. And other programmers from outside the Python Django community sometimes find it a little bit hard to hide their sudden disappointment or even their embarrassment. Embarrassment for me. It's like, oh, documentation. It's like, a moment ago they thought they were being introduced to Superman, and it turns out it's only Clark Kent after all. And sometimes you see a kind of flicker of an expression on their faces, and you think, is this a joke in bad taste that this person is admitting to this? And I swear that once or twice I've had the impression that somebody was about to say, but isn't that woman's job? So I'm really serious about this. It's something that I encounter in some funny ways. And it's honestly as though I were admitting to having an unmanly personal habit, like crying or whining a lot, or writing a function when I should have written a class, or using the wrong kind of workflow on Git. And I mean, it's true that I do all of those things, especially the crying and whining. But to have people feel embarrassed for me and start to look desperately around the room for somebody more interesting to talk to, because I admitted to them that what I mainly do is write documentation tells you an awful lot about where it fits into some people's picture of the world. When I tell somebody from the Python or Django communities that my main role is in contributing to documentation, their reaction typically is, oh, cool. So there's a real cultural difference between these communities. I was surprised, I saw it in some of the literature from, I think, some of our sponsors of this conference, that they were looking for ninjas and rock stars, and I'm really surprised to find that here. So what sort of attitudes would you expect people in programming communities to have towards documentation when so many of them think that they should aspire to be ninjas and rock stars? You know, where did this come from? Why do companies think they might benefit in some way from employing rock stars or ninjas? So ninjas are mainly famous for setting fire to buildings in the dead of night, and that's a very interesting metaphor on which to base your recruitment strategy. Or, you know, the notion of employing rock stars, the mind boggles, frankly. Yeah? What's the defining characteristic of a rock star? You know, excessive behaviors, unreasonable demands, an expectation that maybe underage girls with self-esteem issues might be willing or should be willing to offer them sexual favors. The whole thing seems unbelievably mature and astounding when you see it coming out of not just a startup being run by young men who themselves have barely stopped being teenage boys, but corporations. You think maybe airline pilots would be a more appropriate metaphor, or surgeons, or chefs, or anything at all in which being disciplined, thoughtful, and highly skilled, and being able to collaborate with other people well to achieve good outcomes would be a better metaphor for excellent programmers. But no, we have to be ninjas and rock stars. You know, on one side, arsonists, on the others, actual arseholes. So it's childish and immature. It does affect the communities. It does affect the way people think. It does affect the way those parts of the industry where such attitudes are allowed to dominate. It affects the way all those things work. And it makes them worse, and it makes those companies and projects worse places to be. So I'm going to come out of my digression now, back to black. So genuinely, I think that Django's documentation has been part of what has helped Django avoid this kind of blight. It has informed, it has shaped the Django community into being a better place. It has developed it into better ways. And documentation has implications for programmers as individuals, as practitioners in similar ways. Developers develop, which is to say that their programming skills develop, get better. And the question for many programmers is, how do I develop? How do I become a better programmer? And it's a true but quite uninteresting observation that good Django documentation helps Django programmers write better code. But again, I think the implications are wider than that. So, not just in Django, but everywhere, documentation is an excellent way for newcomers to something to start contributing to it, to open source software especially. You don't need to be an expert in something to be able to identify something unclear or lacking in its documentation and to suggest a way to improve it. Writing documentation represents a really good and easy first step from being a user of something to being an active contributor to it. Especially in open source projects, documentation is almost always welcome. In fact, in most projects, it's not so much welcome as desperately needed. And you'll find that it's far easier to get documentation accepted into an open source project than it is to get code accepted into it, simply because the documentation is more badly needed than a new feature is. And, of course, explaining something to someone else is just about the best possible way to explain it to oneself, to learn and understand it. So if part of a programmer's development is to contribute and understand more, documentation is an ideal way to do it. It will raise the contributor's understanding of the whole of it. And the Django project really does get all of this. It really does understand all of this. Django's I talked earlier about structure. Django's documentation structure does an excellent job of guiding and encouraging new contributions and new contributors. In Django, the clarity of the documentation structure makes it almost obvious how and what to write for a particular section, just as well-written code does. And this works very well for maybe huge new or large new contributions, maybe an entire new section of the tutorial, or for tiny ones, such as an aspect of some key function that deserves more explanation. So it invites the person in, the new contributor, and shows them where to go and how to do what they want to do. Contributions to Django's documentation are taken very seriously, and they're held to the higher standards. Contributions to documentation and the contributors who make them receive as much support and encouragement and engagement as those who are contributing code. In many other projects, documentation will be accepted just because it's documentation, and the quality of it is not always an issue. In Django, documentation goes through the same ringer that code goes through. You'll find if you're submitting documentation to Django that there's somebody who's saying, well, no, we need to change this, who will send it back to you and be prepared to sit there and go through a long review process of many cycles to help you get the documentation just right for Django. So you as a documentation contributor will be taken as seriously as if you were contributing some key code. It won't be accepted just because it is documentation. The other thing is that these contributions are valued and recognized by the Django project and the Django community. So everybody who's on the Django core team has made substantial contributions to Django. My contributions have pretty much all been documentation contributions, not code. So there are these three things that Django gets very right. The documentation guides its contributors, it's taken seriously, contributors are valued highly, and they're important because of this fact that most people say they recognize, and then in the end, few people act as though they really believe it, that documenting code is the best possible way to understand it. Documenting code will make you a programmer who understands more things and understands them more deeply. And Django encourages developers to write documentation. And all of this means that Django not only gets more and better contributions to its documentation than other projects do, it's also very successful in advancing the skills of those who contribute to it. If you want to learn how to contribute to open source software in Python, there is probably no single better place to start than by looking at the Django documentation and thinking, could you make a contribution there? Because you will get a first-class introduction in how to contribute to a major project. Your work will be checked by somebody who is extremely thorough about it. You will be guided and engaged with at every step of the way. So if you want to start being an active contributor to open source software in Python, probably there isn't anywhere better to do it. So this is what I mean when I say that Django does documentation-driven development. I mean that through its documentation, it develops, it advances, it improves both its community and its developers. So that's the lesson from the Django project. What can you do? What can your project do to reap some of the same rewards from its documentation? Well, I don't think it's something that can be accomplished overnight. And much of this is to do with attitudes, and attitudes are very hard things to change. At the same time, there are some, the actual steps you can take are easy, and if you keep taking them and keep taking them in the right direction, eventually, not at first, but in time, attitudes will follow those steps. So some practical things, just very briefly. I mean, I'd be happy to talk about this more. One is to structure documentation correctly. So if you have a look at the first page of the Django documentation, it explains this. It doesn't get those 4 categories mixed up: tutorials, how-tos, reference, or topics. And most documentation does. A tutorial takes somebody by the hand from not necessarily 0, but from a known low starting point to a position of success. So here's one task. It might be just to set up a Django project. We'll get you to the end of it. If you follow these steps, you're pretty much guaranteed success at the end. That's completely different from a how-to, which is like a recipe in a cookbook, which requires that you understand at least the basics of how to use the kitchen and the tools. Reference material shouldn't need to tell anybody how to do anything. It just describes what is there. And topics are discursive material that they describe stuff. They don't tell you how to do something. They don't list the bits and pieces of an API. They don't lead you step by step through anything, but they will give you a higher level overview and understanding of it. And I'll happily talk about that some more if anyone's interested. Make your documentation policies as rigorous as your code policies. Don't be afraid to bat documentation back at its contributors. You know, just because somebody's submitted documentation, don't accept it. Take it seriously as you take code, and ask for it to be improved if it needs to be improved. You wouldn't accept some substandard code, so don't do the same for documentation. People appreciate being taken seriously. Substandard code can harm your applications, but substandard documentation can harm your community, which is worse. Document your documentation. Make sure it's clear what its policies are, what you want from each section of it, what you expect of the contributors to it. Value your documentation contributors, whether they're internal or external. Recognize them publicly. Make them a core developer of your project if they've contributed enough. Value the activities of documentation and information and set aside time for them. And if you or your project or your company are really serious about this, there are some commitments that you can, some real commitments that you can make. You can make being a documentation manager part of someone's role. You could pay someone to have that responsibility. You can spend money and time on documentation. And all of this, doing that will certainly help achieve the things on this page. Right here in the Python, who uses read the docs, by the way? Yeah, I should say, you know, does anybody here not use read the docs? Yeah, okay, there you are, one. Right here in the Python community, we have one of the most important and valuable resources anywhere in the whole of the open source world of programming. Read the docs. It's free, it works brilliantly, it runs on Python, and it's cruelly, scandalously underfunded. So it's kept alive by Eric Holscher in the middle of the night, answering calls from his pager for almost no money. You know, there have been times in the past where he was losing money to keep Read the Docs afloat. The company I work for, Devio, we're one of the sponsors of the Read the Docs websites. So if you care about this kind of thing, then a small amount of money from your company would go an extremely long way. Alongside the Read the Docs, part of the same family of activities, there's the Write the Docs conference in Europe and the US. Absolutely brilliant, really interesting conference. Really interesting to notice that in the Write the Docs conference, about half the speakers were technical writers, and most of the developers who were at the conference were from the Python Django communities. Again, reflecting the attitude, the esteem in which documentation is held in our communities. And they also have meetups to have a look at writethedocs.org. So, if I would like you to take away one thing from the last 35 minutes or so, it's this, that information and documentation are activities that we engage in, and they are not stuff that we produce or consume. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for some questions.
They're on the left.
Thank you for the talk, very inspiring, but I have a more pragmatic question. I don't use Django that much. Actually, I almost don't use it. But you probably have a lot of documentation, right? So how do you keep the documentation in sync with the code? For example, I've heard people saying that doc strings are doomed to fail because they will always desynchronize. So how do you do it?
Partly by making documentation as important as the code. So if you changed a part of the code and it affected another part of the code, you wouldn't change only one part and then leave the other part, something that used that API. You wouldn't leave that in a broken state, would you? So in the same way, why would you want to leave the documentation in a broken state? And the developers of Django will just send it back. Say, you've changed the code, but what about the documentation? Just like you wouldn't, if it made tests fail, you would.
But is it always obvious that if a developer changes a bit of code that he has to change the documentation? Is it?
No, nothing is obvious. But if you have a whole community who spend a lot of time thinking about the documentation, it might not be obvious, but at least there are a lot of people who are taking an interest in it, and it's much harder for it to slip through the net. So, I will never pretend that any of these things are easy. But when you've got a lot of people who care about something, it certainly helps.
Yeah, of course.
One question over there.
It's not a question, it's just an answer. Following Danielle, it's actually a rule in the Django project to fix, to get the tests going and to fix the documentation with the patch. So otherwise it will be refused.
Thank you. You have another question?
Kind of tying into the previous question as well. Do you think doc tests are a good tool to keep the docs in sync with the code?
Can you explain what you mean by doc tests, please?
There's this thing in Python, or also like support in PyTest, where you can write examples in a doc string and it tests those examples. And I'm wondering if you know how well it works out in practice, because
No, I've never used that. And I think it's really important for documentation to be curated by humans. So when you go to, this is the kind of, reference is what programmers like writing. They love writing reference materials, okay? Because they're describing, oh, here's the machine I made, here are all its parts, and you can put all of the descriptions of that machinery into the machinery and have it automatically generated. But it's only useful for people who already have a general understanding of what the thing is. It's not going to be any use for anybody who needs a description, or a kind of topic description, who needs to know how to use it, a kind of general recipe, and certainly won't help a beginner who's looking for a tutorial. So I guess they may have some place somewhere, but for the vast, Paul Ruland over there is shaking his head. He says they have no function anyway. I don't know about that, but I know that for the most of the documentation, you're writing for humans, so a human being needs to write it.
Thank you.
So.
Okay. Got a question over there?
Have you heard of Jupyter? No, sorry, that's just a joke.
Sorry?
The question is, with developers who maybe don't know English so well, just say their level is maybe B2 or something like this, how do you have anything which can help them? Because I found a lot of people would rather just not write documentation in those cases. They might write really good code, but
yes.
Yeah.
Well, firstly, even if people don't speak very good English, they probably learnt it before they learnt Python, even if they're not a native speaker. But secondly, they can be some of the most useful contributors to documentation, because if you're writing for somebody whose first language is not English, then you'd better write your English in ways that can be understood really well. And those people will be the best people to tell you that your documentation's not clear. Your documentation has to be clear enough for those people, and if they can contribute to it, they may not be the greatest stylists, but they will have some of the simplest language and give you directions for the way that language needs to go in order to be comprehensible. So this is understanding the other people who are reading your documentation as part of the process too. It's not just a question of, here's the documentation, understand it if you can. There's this relationship between the two. So they're an important part of that.
Hey, thanks very much. It's a good talk. I've got one statement firstly. I really like the Django Girls documentation, because it kind of starts at like ground zero. There's no presumptions about anything that the user should or shouldn't have. Also, I've really appreciated the Plone documentation has improved massively over the last few years. But what I've noticed before, working for the last 10 years with Python, is when you deal with people outside of the Python community, you often felt to be a lesser developer when you say you do document, because you're not spending your time, say, programming. Yeah. I was wondering, do you have any advice? Because I kind of feel like it has to be a top-down thing in these organizations, but do you have like one bit of advice how you can kind of combat that?
Combat, if you combat, maybe ninjas should be sent into combat. Attitudes are the hardest thing to change. Python and Django are successful partly because of their documentation. It's one of the reasons that so many people are coming in. And if we can keep people coming in, then we will be changing the culture just by having people part of our community and inculcating them in the ways of our community. Other than that, if somebody gives you a look in horror because you write documentation at a party or a meetup, just have to live with it. What can you do?
Doesn't Django have documentation in languages other than English as well?
It does. Yes, I think the documentation is translated into French completely. And I think somebody is translating it into Spanish at the moment.
I was just wondering.
Yeah. So, translation's a hard job.
I was just wondering about that because of the previous comments about languages and stuff. If someone could.
Well, actually, that's the person who asked me about non-native English speakers. Yeah, another option is to translate all the documentation into another language. That really is a labor of love. Nobody got rich or famous by translating open source documentation into another language. So, yeah.
Okay, so do we have any more questions? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your great talk. And you really speak to my heart regarding documentation. I think it's very, very important and should be treated as a first-class citizen among ourselves. So that's more like feedback than a question, but thanks for your talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. If you'd like to talk to me about any of this, come and find me. I'll be very happy to talk about documentation and give practical suggestions about it. Just one very last thing, if I may, very briefly. I'm not a Django Wagtail or Django Oscar developer, but if you are, I've got some quite exciting news for you. So come and find me afterwards and talk to me. Thanks once again for listening to me. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. I want you all to welcome Catherine, showing us how to do computer art with Python.
Hi, thank you for coming. My name is Catherine, and for 5 years I was a graduate student in physics at the University of Waterloo. Now, the University of Waterloo, in their Faculty of Science, offers a computational science degree. It's a cross-departmental degree program that tries to teach people without very much programming experience but a lot of enthusiasm for science how to use programming to be more efficient at science. And during my time as a grad student, I was the teaching assistant for the computational physics classes, which used Python, but very, very basic Python, to teach physics concepts such as classical mechanics, integrating differential equations, stuff like that. And today I'm going to tell you about a Python library that I've been writing that was inspired by my time as a teaching assistant. So every great software development project begins with a great user story. So for this presentation, let's imagine that our user is the freshman meme guy. So the freshman meme guy is a computational science student. He has no prior programming experience to the computational physics class that he took, and he's also a big fan of Quidditch. And the midterm for computational physics came on the day after the intramural Quidditch finals, so he flunked his midterm, and now he's looking for some extra credit. And his university professor says, okay, the midterm mark will be ignored if you can make me a nice, pretty animated visualization of your Keplerian planet simulation. So the freshman meme guy goes off to Google, and he looks for 3D drawing options in Python, and the first thing that he finds is processing in Python mode. So has anyone used processing in this audience? It's pretty awesome, in my humble opinion. It was created by Ben Fry and Casey Reese in 2001 while they were part of the MIT Media Lab. Processing is the name of the project, the IDE, and the programming language, and it's targeted at artists and beginners. And in recent years, as a Python programming mode. So the freshman meme guy looks up the sample code to draw a red spinning cube, and he finds this, and it's all human readable. He doesn't quite understand variable scoping, so the global word is kind of magic to him, but otherwise it makes sense. There's one method called setup that executes once when the program starts, and then there's one method called draw that executes every single time the frame or the window is drawn to. And it produces something sensible that looks like this. So the freshman meme guy is happy. He goes off with processing and implements his planets and goes to try to pull out his simulation and put it in processing. But the first thing he encounters when he tries to import SciPy is this import error, no module named SciPy. And now this makes our freshman meme guy very upset. Because he is absolutely sure that he has SciPy installed on his computer and in his Python environment. I mean, he's been using it all semester for his classes. So he encounters this problem because the Python mode in processing is kind of a veneer over a Java underbelly. So he gives up on that approach and goes back to Google. The next thing he finds is PyOpenGL. So PyOpenGL is one of the Python bindings to OpenGL. It's like how PyQt is to Qt. So he looks up the sample draw spinning cube example in PyOpenGL. So the imports look friendly. He just has to import the graphics library and then the graphics library utility tools. Like with the processing demo, there's one method that executes once on setup. It's really confusing to him because he doesn't know what any of these things are doing, but it only happens once, so that's fine. He can just ignore it for now. Then he looks at the method that is going to execute every single time, and you should not do this, but the method that comes up the most often in really basic OpenGL tutorials to draw a cube is to draw 6 quadrilaterals, 1 for each side. Now, you should not do this if you're going to do any high-performance stuff, but it's kind of the simple way of drawing a cube. But to do this, you have to draw 4 vertexes, 1 for each corner of each quadrilateral. And this is what the entire code to draw a cube looks like. And then you can create a window using the utility tools. So our undergrad looks at the example. It's like, okay, well, this makes sense. This is what I expected to be drawn. And then he goes off and says, well, I'll just figure out how to draw spheres with this. So he goes to the OpenGL group and downloads the OpenGL cheat sheet. Now, the problem with that is that the OpenGL cheat sheet is not actually an OpenGL cheat sheet. It's not a single sheet. It is actually a 13-page Adobe PDF document. And the first page, in 9-point font, is everything just about buffers. Now, keep in mind that this is a computational science student and not a computer science student. He's only had maybe 3 months at most of programming, and he does not even know what a pointer is. And to be honest, as a Python user, I don't really like to use pointers either, so I can understand his woes. So this makes him upset. He goes back to Google. He looks again. He finds a module called Piglet. So Piglet is also an OpenGL binding, but it has submodules for windowing and multimedia. And it can produce the same sorts of animations that PyOpenGL does. So the undergrad looks at the code. It all seems logical. The imports look logical. The code to actually update his animation and draw a window looks really nice. Like, he can understand what a window is. He can understand having a clock that he has to schedule to update, and he can understand running his app. So this makes him happy. So then he's like, okay, great, I'm going to continue with this. Let's look at the actual code for drawing a cube. And he sees exactly the same thing that he saw in PyOpenGL. And now on top of that, there's this scary @ symbol because he has not been taught decorators, and he doesn't even want to try to figure out what that is. And again, the actual drawing of the cube is the same. So this makes him unhappy. All right, so the final option he comes across is called VPython. So just some background on VPython. It was created by David Scherer in 2000 to replace CT, which is what they were using to teach computational physics at Carnegie Mellon. It is currently maintained by Bruce Sherwood, who was one of the original developers of CT. And it was designed specifically for helping students learn physics through programming. How it works is that all of the actual OpenGL calls are written in C++, and that gets compiled to a module called CVisual, and then the actual windowing is based on WXPython and sort of just hooks into this compiled Python module. And just as an example of how this is used in classes that are going on today, this is some VPython for teaching students Newton's second law, F equals ma. If you remember back to your high school physics, you might have had a similar lab to this that involved launching beanbags at your classmates. This is a great innovation because it prevents any beanbag launching related injuries. But basically you create a ball, you add a velocity to it, you apply the force of gravity to it, and then you integrate the force of velocity or force of gravity onto the velocity. And then you can also demonstrate the additivity of forces by subtracting a drag force. So just to give you an example, this is what it would actually look like on your screen, and you can see what the effect of drag is. No beanbags hurt in the process. All right, so the undergrad looks up the code for drawing a red spinning cube, and it is 5 lines. It's super nice, and it all makes sense to him. And on his Windows laptop, it looks like this. So based on that, he creates his visualization. It all looks good on his laptop, and then he uploads it to the physics marking server, which is running Ubuntu. And a few minutes later, he gets an email from his prof, while he's still in this euphoric mood, that says, "There is no Debian package for WX Python 3. Can you please come to my office and show me your animation?" And now this is a problem for the undergrad me, because his physics prof is a nice guy, but he tends to go on about how great physics and programming is, and he really just wants to get back on the soccer field and continue his Quidditch practice. So that ultimately makes him upset. So what I'm trying to communicate in this user story is that writing really simple graphics libraries that are kind of platform independent is really hard. So what if we had an OpenGL helper? So the idea here is VPython established a really nice API. So what if we extract that from the C++ code, but let some other project, some other Python project that has already done a lot of hard work on making OpenGL cross-platform Python hooks do the heavy lifting? And then the final thing we want to do is obscure the windowing. So this is one advantage that Piglet has over PyOpenGL, is that they make the windowing really easy. All right, so the first thing that I have to do if I'm going to build this thing is decide which OpenGL binding I'm going to use. And PyOpenGL has support for a lot more of OpenGL, and it also currently has support for 3.5, while as Piglet appears to be kind of a dead project right now. And so this is where I made the first fatal flaw in creating this library, because I picked Piglet. And the reasons I did that were just, number one, it has much better documentation, something to keep in mind when I'm writing my own stuff. And secondly, I was kind of an OpenGL noob at the start, and the extra app and window libraries make things really easy. All right, so this is the package that I created. It's a helper for Piglet, or Piglet helper. It has a submodule called objects, which contains geometric primitives, and it has a submodule called utils that has mathematical primitives for doing transformations. And I let piglet.gl interact with OpenGL, and then I use Piglet's window and app things to handle the display. All right, so I'm going to do a few just comments on implementation before I just go off and show the animated GIFs. So converting from C++ to Python is unfortunately not as easy as just doing a search replace on curly braces. There are several things you can do in C++ that you cannot do in Python. For example, having multiple method declarations. And the way that I chose to do this and still have the same functionality is to use the getItem, setItem, and length operators on classes. So just as in the previous slide, I could initialize a vector by passing it passing it three numbers, passing it nothing, which would initialize it to 0, or passing it another pointer to an array. I can pass it any object which has length greater than 2 or 3, and then assign the first element to x, second element to y, third element to z. Now, the second fatal flaw that I did was decide to go with PEP styling on this project, and so this project was built back in 2001, where I don't even think PEP 8 was written back then. So that meant that I changed everything slightly, so it doesn't like lowercase object names. It also doesn't like single character properties. So these are the types of changes I made. And now, given that I'm making all these changes to the API, how do I make sure things don't break? And since this is a beginner talk, I'm just going to explain how to use continuous integration. So I use Travis CI, which is free as in beer, but not free as in speech. So every time I commit a new change to GitHub, it runs setup py for Python 2.7 through 3.4. It pylints, and then it runs the unit tests. Now, this provides a unique challenge in this situation, which is that Travis CI runs on a headless server, but OpenGL requires a display to draw to, even if you just want to load the modules. And this is something that I had trouble with because my naive solution is just, well, let's render to a still image and then we'll just compare the images that from previous builds to this current build. However, I'm having trouble with that because it seems like I should be able to use XDummy, but that requires the NVIDIA X driver, and then the NVIDIA X driver doesn't seem to work correctly on headless systems. But I know this should be theoretically possible because other projects have done these things, and if you have done this before, please talk to me afterwards. So my alternative right now is just to mock GL. So in the mock module in Python, there is a useful decorator called patch. And what that allows you to do is that in your unit test, you can just replace any time that an object is called, you replace it with another object. So in Box will import piglet.gl as GL. And then in my patch, I'm just going to replace GL with my own fake GL. And then my own fake GL module has all the function primitives, but it does essentially nothing. And now, this is kind of cheating in a way, but I'm not really testing OpenGL. I'm really just testing that my modules all work when they call each other, and that everything imports correctly. All right, so now that I've talked about some boring implementation details, I'm just going to go over some functionality. So these are the geometric primitives implemented. There's an arrow, sphere, cube, cone, cylinder, ellipsoid, ring, and pyramid. And then there's also things called lights and scenes. So a scene object contains information about the camera position and some details about the default lights. The lights are non-renderable objects that you can stick in the scene. And then the objects can either be drawn into the scene by passing them to the scene as the scene has a list of objects. You can either add the object to that list, or you can pass the scene to the object's draw method. So just to clarify what I mean, I have a box and a scene. I can either render the box in the scene by passing scene as an argument to render, or by appending the box to the scene and then setting up the scene. All right, so just to finalize, this is what the freshman's code would look like in Piglet Helper. So I've, in addition to everything else, just created a default scene with a default camera position and some default lights. And you can just create that using vsetup, and it will automatically add any objects you call after that to that scene. You define an update function just as you would with any of the other ones, and then you can run the scene. And I've also added a really useful utility for generating objects, and this is really great if you want to spam your Twitter profile with animated GIFs. And that is what it looks like. All right, so I started this project last year after getting really frustrated about getting visual working with Python 3. The original developers of VPython had the same problem, but they decided to take a different approach, which was, since they do mostly teaching stuff, to switch to a Jupyter Notebooks type environment. So they switched from OpenGL to WebGL, and they created this JavaScript library called GlowScript, which allows you to use VPython syntax in WebGL. And then they created this website called glowscript.org, where you can type in Python code and have it render on the web. However, just like processing in Python mode, this doesn't give you access to everything else in Python. And then the other module they created was called VPython Jupyter. So they use 0MQ to actually do the communication and to feed some JSON back into Jupyter to render in the Jupyter Notebook. And they're using the actual GlowScript JavaScript library that they've hosted on glowscript.org to actually render this. And this is what it looks like. It's not quite the same because you have to define these scene variables, but again, it looks very, very similar to VPython Classic Edition. All right, so for future work on Piglet Helper, so I made 2 fatal flaws, as I said. The first one is that I made styling changes to match modern styling, and I think this was a really bad idea because the people who use this library all operate out of textbooks, and textbooks don't update as fast as the internet, so it doesn't make sense to make a library that doesn't match the old API. So I think my first step is going to be to undo that. I also haven't implemented 3D text, which is something that is available in VPython. And then finally, I think I need to switch off of Piglet because it does not have support for Python 3.5. And now, a few days before the conference, it came to my attention that VisPy probably could do a very similar thing. And a year ago, when I started this, I looked into VisPy, and they had not yet implemented some object drawing, but now they have. So if you're looking for something that is more fully featured, that is probably a lot more stable, and another benefit is that it works with several different backends, so it works with PyQt4, PyQt5, and Piglet and PyOpenGL with a little bit of work. You should really check out VisPy. So this is the sample rotating cube code that I have found that is the simplest, I think, for VisPy. And as you can see, it's not quite as dead easy as you might want it to be, but it's still very, very nice. So that's what I would suggest you use instead of my library. But just as a final experiment, I really want to try to communicate what sort of wonderful things can happen when you lower the barriers of entry to 3D drawing, just like what processing has been able to do. Because a lot of us here in the audience are experts in a certain domain, but we probably aren't experts in OpenGL, but we are still humans, and humans have eyeballs, and humans like looking at things. So just as an experiment, a crazy experiment, a few days before the conference, I decided, what if I feed Piglet Helper into the Distributed Evolutionary Algorithms project and use scikit image to judge the similarity of images generated. So the idea is I'm going to try to generate the Python logo using Piglet Helper attached to an evolutionary algorithm. And so this is what you see. It's not the greatest because of the artificial limitations I put onto the search space for the evolutionary algorithm, but you can see that it eventually learns from just a mix of chaos to put yellow spheres in the bottom half and blue spheres in the top half. Anyway, thank you.
Ask questions?
So you said Piglet is kind of a dead project. Have you got in touch with the developers or so the mailing list? Because there's appearing to be some renewed activity around Piglet now.
Oh, no, I hadn't. But that's very exciting to hear.
Did you also have a look at game engines? Because they might provide similar functionalities will maybe sometimes in an easier package.
Can you repeat what the...
Did you have a look at game engines? There are some game engines available for Python.
Oh, game engines. Yeah, I looked into Pygame, and it had a lot of cruft that I wasn't particularly interested in for game development, but perhaps I should look at it again.
Any more? No, that's not. Oh.
Hi, thanks for the talk. It's really, really interesting. You've used the kind of college university student as the target. I wonder, what are your thoughts for creating 3D graphics for somebody who might be 7 years old?
So the reason that I use a university undergraduate student is that in Canada, where I'm from, we have really terrible computer science education. So even though students, I believe personally that students who are 7 who can read English would totally be able to use VPython, typically students don't encounter their first programming class until their first year of university.
One more question to the highest bidder.
What do you think about processing Python mode?
So, I really should have just pressed the home button, but whatever, my finger will get to work out. Okay, so the first one that I went over was processing in Python mode. And as I said, this didn't really work for the application because you aren't able to access the full Python stack. And I've looked into trying to incorporate the Python stack into processing in Python mode. And the thing is that I hate Java way too much to invest any more time in that.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you all. Welcome. We have Rudy here showing us how to leverage documentation power for better APIs. Give him some clap.
Hello. So, hello, I'm Rudy. I'm working at Criteo, a company that delivers personalized ads at scale. My team is building monitoring tool for our large software and hardware inventory. And sometimes ago in this team, we decided to make monitoring as a service and start to experiment different ideas around web service and browsable APIs. So this presentation gives a glimpse of what we have done. And this is a joint work with my colleague Hugues Rebourg, which is there, and me. I'm sorry. Okay, I forgot some of the... So, what is a browsable API? Obviously, it's composed of two words, the browsable words. So probably it's related to a browser. And more importantly, it's related to exploration and experimentation. And I will add to that more later. And there is a word API. I will quote a formal talk. So an API is a kind of contract. It can be very explicit, like if you're declaring a Swagger specification file, or it can be implicit, like in the documentation. The contract, it defines the valid use of the service that is linked to the API. All the operation you can do with this service, and also what are the valid inputs for operation in the service. So why is it interesting? Because it brings a lot of feature for your service. So the first feature I will speak about is why we rely on the documentation to describe the API. Then I will speak about basic feature that you have in browsable API. So the first basic feature is the explorability. It means that you can go to the API and ask what the operations are possible on this API. So here you have a view of an API with different operations. And then you can just click on an operation and you see the documentation of that operation, the parameter types, and what are the possible errors. And then, more than that, you can play with an operation. So you have to type the input of the operation and call it. And so you can see what is the response and explore the behavior of this operation. But still, typing the input, like a JSON input, can be difficult. So we probably can do something better. Another really important feature of an API is to enforce the validation of the input and the input and the outputs. By the way, this talk focuses on JSON inputs. You don't want an operation to be used in an unadapted way. That's why you should validate all the inputs of your service. Like if a list is transmitted instead of string, nobody knows how the code will behave in that case. And even for valid JSON input, you may want to have a conversion between the JSON input and between your Python types. okay, this one is an obvious feature. Like I said before, it can be really painful to enter JSON data because it's a verbose format. So having forms make you save times, and it brings client-side input validation on the table. And another really interesting feature is that you have that kind of API contracts, and you have your service implementation, and you want to be sure that they perfectly match. So that would be really cool to just ask for automatic tests for checking that they match. And I will also present other feature that makes browsable API more user-friendly. And last, just to mention it, you may want to generate, even if you use the doc, more formal specification contract, like in Swagger, because Swagger has a lot of amazing features that you can later use. So, and this is the plan of the talk, in fact. So, I'm starting now. So imagine you want to add a new function to your API. What do you do? Okay, it's easy. You document the functions, and you add the publish decorator on it. So this decorator, it will register the function as an operation in the API. The function will be left unmodified, so you can still use it as before when the decorator was not there. And behind the scenes, the function will be wrapped in the API, where all the data about HTTP will be handled. So, how is it done? The documentation will be parsed so that we have information about input, output, and exceptions. This gives you type constraint about inputs, outputs, and possible error, and also the signature of the functions give you default value for inputs. So here we have type constraints. That's what's in the red boxes. Type constraints, they are more than just type names. They can be parameterized for iterable and mapping types. Like here we have a parameterized list that is parameterized by myTypeB. Or it can also contain several type names. Like the first parameter, it's either an int or a string. And from that type constraints, we can find all the input should be validated and translated from JSON data structure to Python object. For that, we convert that type constraint to a JSON schema. So for people that don't really know what is JSON and JSON formats, JSON object can be seen as a subset of the built-in Python types. So often the conversion between the two is free. But for your services, you still need to you may need to do additional validation. And this is done by a JSON schema. So what is JSON schema? A JSON schema, it describes the structure of the expected JSON object, like its types or its minimal value, what it contains, like the name of the field, the ones that are optional. So it really describes what you are expecting as an input. And there are also situations where you want real conversion to happen. So you have like a JSON dictionary and you want it to be converted to your own Python class. So for these two cases, when you want to have additional validation and custom conversion, we introduce two classes that helps to attach the conversion and the JSON schema to your regular class. So from that, we are able to retrieve a JSON schema from any type constraint. So how does the validation and the conversion happen? So when the service is called and the input are received, there's first a validation. For most basic validation, we rely on the type constraint in the documentation. And for more complex one, we rely on this JSON schema. So there's a library called JSON schema that you can use to validate any data structure with your JSON schema. After that validation, there is the conversion step that is either implicit for most basic type or uncrafted using the from JSON classes. And then the real function is called. And from that, there can be two outcomes. You can have an exceptions. And so what we do is that we check that the exceptions is respecting the contract. If it's not, the content of the exception is hidden because we don't want the user of the service to see if, anything that is not accepted by the contract. And at last, if we get a result from that function call, we validate it based on its type. So what else can we do with JSON schema? After all, it's a standard. So you can use JSON editor. It's able to use a JSON schema to generate a form, which is also an editor. And it's able to validate the form and give you back the validate JSON value. So you just have to plug in a call to JSON editor in your HTML format template, and you have a cool feature for almost nothing. So here you have a view of what you had before. You had to type the JSON's content in the play with me text area. And now, using JSON editor, you just have a form, so it's really easy to create an input. Not that there are similar features in Django REST framework, but you should also, in this case, declare things manually, like the serializer for the form, just like you have to write a JSON schema here. So what else can we do with JSON schema? I don't know if you know a package named Hypothesis. It's a package that helps you to do property-based testing. So it's composed of strategies that are able to generate random inputs for many usual types. And it's really a fantastic tool. I encourage you to use it. So let's add the generation strategy for JSON schema. With that, we can generate tests to verify that all the operations of our service respect the contract described by the documentation. So here I've put two examples. So I've taken a valid code that respects the contract of the API, and I've modified it. So in the first case, I changed the code just before it was raising an exception, and I added a type error, like I had an internal string. And from the automatic tests, we have this message where First, the type error is discovered and is shown to the developer with a proper stack trace. And second, the programmer is also warned that one of the exceptions that is described in the contract is never occur with this operation. So it shows that what is described in the documentation could be outdated, for instance. And then I've put another example where I modified the valid code and make it return a bad value, like a list of string for a function that is expected to return something else. And so what we see is that it's also detected automatically. So we have something that is able to take your whole API and automatically check that what you have described in the documentation is on par with the current implementation, which is a really cool feature. So what can I do next with JSON schema? I don't know, we stop it there. So we already have an easy way to enter JSON with forms. Can we have something useful to visualize the JSON response? So taking inspiration from Django REST framework that already does the coloring of the JSON response, we decided to go further and to add something that we called pretty view. So a pretty view, it helps you to define custom visualization of the JSON response. So here, for instance, so you have the raw view above and the pretty view in the lower part of the screen. And you can see that the JSON contains a timestamp. And in the pretty view, the timestamp is converted directly to a human readable date. And there's also another example where you have an integer value in the JSON and it has a particular semantic, and the pretty view is able to show that semantic. So here it's the value 0, which is an OK flag. So it's really make the JSON response easier to read for humans. And another thing that we added to the pretty view is the ability to add extra information. Like here, the pretty view says something about active downtimes that are not in the initial JSON response. And moreover, it adds a link near that extra information. And that link, which we call an input link, it's a link that is able to go to another operation and pre-fill all the information in the form. So you can navigate between different features in the API, and you don't have to type anything. So here, when you click on the red link, you will go to the operation page, to some another operation page, and every field will be already pre-filled. So what's next? We plan to open source all the things that we presented there. So you can watch the Criteo GitHub repository. We will add the different contributions there. We will also contribute to Hypothesis with the JSON schema strategy. And one thing that we didn't do and we could be very interesting. It's to support enum natively because it's really interesting type class. And to integrate more with PyTest, because the thing that I showed to you that gives you like a diagnostic for your API, like with the warning and the error about mismatch between the contract and the implementation. Currently, you have to run it by hand, and it will be better if we be integrated in the standard testing package. Then there is the Swagger spec generation. So we already have a lot of cool features. So why would we want that? Because Swagger has the ability to generate client code library. That means you code your service in Python, and then you want people to have automatic access in Java. You just write the Swagger file, and it will generate the client for you in Java. So that's really a good thing. So if you have to only keep a simple message from this presentation, Posable API, they are really interesting stuff because they are very user-friendly, and you can discover the content and explore and test, and it's very good. The documentation and the types, they can be really used to add a lot of feature to your services. So here I give some example with the feature I present, but there's a lot more things to do. And also at the conclusion, JSON and JSON schema, they are very handy, they are standard, there are a lot of tools around them. So don't hesitate to use them. I think it will help you to easily have new features in your code. And that's all. If you have questions.
Questions? Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Check 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Good morning.
Give it away.
Okay, so the setup here is when someone comes with Ouyé, yeah,
is the May,
and they're just going to work, and mini DVI.
For the Ouyé,
yeah,
here.
We do that. Okay, fine. All right, so this is coming down from upstairs, and we plug. Oh no, so these are coming down. This is the output to the desk.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we go either there or there.
To the
Okay. Okay. All right, fine.
This is it.
All right, I'll be able to help people. Fine.
So I'm just going to announce it. The cider house, and then we can start with lightning talks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to start at 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
How much time do we have today? Do we just want to finish at 6 or 6:30?
We do an extra floor, yes. Oh, it's very good. We have this secretive conversation now.
So how long do we do with lightning talks for today? Because like 26 people.
I know, that's why we added for tomorrow. So, but we reset the schedule, so we don't work carry on. So
today we finish at 6?
Yeah, we probably should. Yeah.
We can go until 6:30.
I think what would, sometimes it would be better if we keep the talks closer. So just like
I mean, like
so
they are
jokes now.
yeah, no, we don't have any of that. We can do that, but yeah, like, but you don't want to have them after 6 o'clock.
No, because like we have to clear the venue, we have the cider house at 8:40, like it's a quarter here.
What time does it leave? The cider house?
Here we meet
6:45.
Yeah, 6:45 in front of the venue. I guess the bus will leave at 7. Well, obviously like here it's very punctual, unexpectedly. So yeah.
Okay. 6:45. So you're just announcing. The cider house and lightning.
The cider house, and I'm going to announce this. So
people who've already signed up for lightning talks are just going to have to sign up again.
Yes.
And
so
can we put the board up tomorrow, not tonight? Because I think that was unfair.
Oh yeah. Okay. We put it out tomorrow. I couldn't put it. We couldn't put it there like for 9. Yeah. Okay, I can take care.
For 9 because you know, like someone came to me and they said, "Oh, I thought I might sign up for lightning talks today," and I found there was already 20 talks. And it was 10 in the morning. So
actually, like I was wondering because Alex wrote me. He's late, but he's on top of the list. So how did you manage really well? He's on top of the list. Yeah. Okay.
So maybe you put that tomorrow.
And okay, I'm going to start here with the line. So we have something we want to get your opinion on, and then I'll just go to the slide.
Whatever you like.
So
okay. Check, 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 check. 1 2.
All right, come on in, everyone, as quick as you can. Come on, come near the front. The front is better. Remember, if you're sitting at the end of the row and there's gaps in the middle of the row, close up the gaps. Come on, there's going to be lots of people coming in late. So close up the gaps. I'm seeing a lot of gaps in the middle over here. Make some space at the end of the rows for latecomers to come in. You, sir, there in the blue T-shirt, you should move over one. You, sir, in the black T-shirt, you should move over a couple of spaces. There we go. Look at this row here, loads of gaps over here. Everyone in this row should move over like 3 steps over that way. Come on, come on, come on. Make some space. We have to start with you, Florian. Come on, move over, move over, move over. Make some space. Here we go. No, more than one spot. You, sir, then have to start by moving 3 spaces. Here we go. Yeah, there's going to be a small amount of progress. Here we go. We're doing better. We're doing better. We can do more. More. Come on. There's a bunch of spaces up here in the front. Come on while you still can, everyone. Before we help me out by coming right down to the front, right down the middle here. That helps me. Come on down the middle here. Come into the middle of the room, everyone. There's lots of spaces up here in the middle.
Okay, you guys ready? I'm ready.
All right, Europython, are you ready for the final day of lightning talks? What a shame. It's a shame there's no lightning talks tomorrow, but that's how it has to be. Let's have just a few announcements from our proud organizers and wonderful people.
Yes, hello everyone. We have one announcement to make, and we would like to we have an idea in the program work group, and we would just like to get your spontaneous opinion about it. So please clap your hands if you agree. And yes, we're still democracy. Yeah, the democracy. So what's your opinion about this? Okay, I think this is a great thing. So we're going to do extra lightning talks tomorrow at 4:10, and we're going to move everything in the afternoon a little bit up. So the the last coffee break will be 50 minutes early, and the last row of talks will be also 15 minutes early, and we're going to update it on the online schedule soon, and I'm going to re-announce it tomorrow morning. For tonight, we also?
Yeah, so some of us are going to Cider House in Astigarraga. We hired 2 buses to go there. There's still 1 bus empty. It's 50 euros. Please register in the entrance, in the conference desk if you want to come. Well, the price is 50 euros. That's the price of the whole trip. It's 1 hour bus. We might come back at 1 or so. And the meeting point is at the entrance of the venue at 6:45.
It's inclusive drinks and food.
Yeah, and there's a dinner and cider. And it's all included in the price. And that's it. Thank you.
Hooray! I went to the Cider House dinner last year, and it was amazing, so I can't recommend that enough. They have these huge barrels of cider. The taps are way up here. It comes streaming down. There's massive steaks. It's very traditional Basque. It's miles up in the middle of nowhere in the country, and there's a fun 1 hour coach trip there and back, but that can be fun. Alex, it seems like you're here again. Are you going to tell us about Hansel?
Yes.
Take it away, Alex.
Thank you. So just one thing before. If you like the T-shirt, please tweet for this girl. This is the artist that made the design. She's a local artist, a very friend of ours, and she does a great job. And well, if you liked it, please tweet about it. Okay, thank you. So, well, I'm Alex Savio. I'm one of the core organizers. I'm a co-founder of the Python San Sebastian Society, this. And I'm one of the EPS board members. I work in Munich in the Hesda hospital. And I'm going to talk about a small module that I did for my work last Christmas. It's called Hansel. And I'm going to show a bit. So in my job, I usually work with databases of files. So they are basically totally balanced tree of folders and files. So for example, in this case, I have the subject ID, a subfolder called session, and then one type of file, and another folder for another type of file, and then finally the file. So to parse all this, I couldn't find something that would help me enough, and so I created some Hansel, which has an object called crumb, and it works like so. Here I define well the root of where this file tree is, and then next I put so I say here go the subject IDs, then the session, and then the folder where the image files are, and then actually the files. So this is how I define the crumb, and then I can ask for the subject IDs available in the file system. Yes, and then I have a list function, and and if I do list, I get a list of crumb objects, with each one with one instance of the existing SID. So for each one of these, I can ask for it's a crumb file, and so it's a crumb object, and I can ask for the specific ID of each element, and I can also keep searching inside it. And then also I can use regex or file name matching. So for example, if I want only the subject IDs that finish with 01, I can do this. It has other functions like intersection to compare different so copies of the same file tree. I don't have the live demo prepared. And also it can copy file trees with different structures. So using the same argument names, I can copy different parts of the tree somewhere else. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that Alex is a very humble man and he might have skipped over that, so I'm just going to embarrass him a little bit here because I think he snuck away last year before we could do this. But Alex is actually the chairman of the conference, and he ran the conference here last year and he ran it this year. So we all owe him a huge debt of gratitude. I mean, to all the organizers, but especially Alex. So please show your appreciation. Up. Okay, I don't think he's actually going to kill me. So next we have Leave Your Camera at Home by Maximilian Soltz. After that we'll have Lasse on growing an open source community. Lasse, I think I saw your hair. Mind yourself. And then after that we've got Pat Curry. Pat, are you here? Fantastic. Hi, Pat. And Armin, can I see you in the front row somewhere? There he is. Fantastic. Okay. So, during this lightning talk session, as per tradition, we should have one incredibly long joke split over into multiple parts. We should have one rap and one song. Now, we don't want to mess about too much, so I could probably try and combine the rap and the song for you. So let me just show you how the VGA adapters work, because that's got to be part of my job too. Which are you, VGA or HDMI? VGA. Okay. So then we swap this one and plug it in there. and that should work a little better.
Perfect.
There you go. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Have a crack. So give him a big hand, everyone.
Okay, so my name is Max, and I'm going to tell you a story. 2 years ago, it was in the end of September, and I just finished my last exams in university. I decided I wanted to get out, go away from stress, and it was a Sunday afternoon. I had dinner with my parents, and I decided I wanted to go on a trekking trip to Sweden, in the middle of nowhere, not talk to another human person for like a week. So on Monday, I went to the auto shop we have in Hamburg, and on Tuesday, I got my ticket, and on Wednesday, I went on the train to Sweden, and my first big adventure in Sweden started. So what you can see here is something like the first 5 minutes of the trip, and then it changes to something like this. You're in the middle of nowhere, there's only peace around you, and I really enjoyed it, but I had this nice plan to do around 100 kilometers in a week, which is a lot if you're carrying around 20 kilograms of baggage with you. So the only thing that kind of felt civilized I took with me was a camera, and every time I saw a place I liked, I took out my camera and took a picture like this. So I came back with around 500 pictures or so. Probably half of it was garbage. You couldn't see anything on it because it was, I don't know, shaky or anything. But I noticed after the trip that every time I saw something I liked, I took a picture of it, and then I moved on because I had a lot of way in front of me. So I kind of felt like these tourists you see, for example, in Paris, in front of the Eiffel Tower, and everyone is just taking a picture of the Eiffel Tower, and no one is actually looking at the Eiffel Tower. So this is what I saw all day. It's beautiful. And after I came back, I wondered why didn't I sit down for a moment and enjoy it, but only took out my camera and made a picture of it. So I decided last year that I would do it again, and instead of taking a camera, I would take a diary. I've never ever written a diary in my life, and it felt kind of strange doing it in the first 2 days. It was like talking to myself, and usually you're crazy if you do that. But then I remembered the last time I went to Sweden, I started to talk myself anyway after like 2 or 3 days of not talking to anyone. And I didn't really have discussions with myself. It was mostly swearing if there was a steep hill or I don't know. I just wanted to say bad words because no one could hear me scream them from the top of my lungs. So what happened then was there's lakes everywhere in Sweden where I was. So I discovered like a small current to a lake that was not on my way, but I went there anyway because, well, maybe it was nice. And I arrived at a lake that was beautiful. It was stunning. It was like on one of these photos you see on the internet. And I decided, well, you didn't want to do the thing you did last year, so why don't you just sit down here? And I sat down, put my bag beside, took off my shoes, and just stared into the void of Swedish nature. And probably took me 2 hours to realize that I did that for 2 hours and didn't do anything else. So from that comes a very nice story, because the first thing I noticed after like waking up from that was that I had dragonflies and bees sitting all over me. And if you're at a river like this was the view I had. And you look on your knees and on your arms, and I think I had like 2 dragonflies and a whole lot of bees sitting on my hair and my arms. You start to think about, why are they there? And for me in that moment, it was probably because of my smell. So I thought about how will I smell, or how do I smell for what has to be the king of dragonflies and bees. So bees like sweet things. So I had to smell kind of like honey. And the only thing I remembered about dragonflies was that the dragonfly larva eats frog larvae in ponds. So I probably smell like mud too, which is fitting after not showering for 4 days. So the only thing that came out of that moment was this stupid thought. But I was happy, and I didn't take a picture of it. The only thing I did was writing this stupid story down in my diary. And the name of my talk is Leave Your Camera at Home, because I think we should live in the moment a bit more, not think about, oh, I'm going to do 100 kilometers in Sweden, but instead of that going, I'm going to have a good time in Sweden, not do anything there. Just sit at a lake, becoming the king of dragonflies and bees, smelling like honey and mud. Because what else is there to life than that? And in the end, I have a confession to make. These pictures are taken from Unsplashed. These are not the pictures I took on my first trip. And that is just to make you realize this talk was good with pictures from different people, so why take your own? Instead, just like the moment, enjoy it. Thanks.
All right, great. Martha is next. Thanks very much, man. There you go. We'll just do a bit of fiddling. So what it is this thing either plugs in here for HDMI or here for VGA.
Okay.
HDMI.
HDMI?
HDMI.
Okay, I want that.
I'm a very harsh lightning talk host, but sometimes you can't quite bring yourself to end it on exactly 5 minutes 00, can you? Lasse, are you ready?
Yes.
Give Lasse a big hand, everyone.
Thanks. I want to talk about growing an open source community and about being newcomer friendly, because there are a lot of maintainers here and there are a lot of newcomers here. Let's bring them together. I'm talking about experiences we have made from the Koala community. So during those slides, you will see quotes from people that have done our newcomer process that will hopefully support my arguments. However, this talk is not a Koala talk. So let's get started. I think one of the most important things to do if you want to attract newcomers is make newcomer issues. File issues if you see a typo. File another one if you see another one. Don't fix it. And if you want to be even better, you try to build a kind of ladder newcomers climb up. So try to categorize your issues in newcomer, difficulty low, difficulty medium, difficulty high. Let them get to the next level. And that is something that people really liked and is really helpful. Of course, you need documentation. So ideally, you just make a documentation page pointing to your list of newcomer issues and maybe explaining something about your workflow. Then newcomers can learn about your workflow and get smoothly started. What I think is also very important is rewarding newcomers. So we have had some newcomers contributing some really, really awesome bears for Koala, which means new code analysis. And what we did in those cases was we tweeted it out to our users because it's great. It is awesome. And you did an awesome job. We want them to know that and our users as well. There's one thing about responsiveness. When you have a community and you want it to grow, try to respond now. Whenever there's any question, drop everything you have right now, respond right now. The response can be, I don't have time up until next week, but respond now. It is also very important to know that code review, we have seen this in a lot of other talks as well, code review is a good way to exchange information. So you, of course, want to review the newcomer's code, and you want to do it friendly. With newcomers, be especially carefully. Make them aware that you're doing this to everyone, not to annoy him. But also, very, very soon, you'll want to have the newcomer review your code. Because in this way, you always get the fresh experience from the newcomer together with the old but more seasoned experience from a senior developer. So you can get the best code and the best learning experience. That's a two-way street. So use it. Of course, if you have a channel, and you should have a channel, if you're alone on code discussions, like make an off-topic channel or something, that can greatly enhance the social aspect of being in such a community. I think the off-topic channel is one of the most channels in the koala community, almost as much used as the main channel, actually. And when a newcomer was getting started with your community, ask him for feedback, because he has done the process and he will know way better what he needs in order to get started, so you can improve next time. At the same time, you show with this that you appreciate his opinion. And the last and most important thing, I think, is live the spirit you want the community to be, because it is not an empty sentence that a lot of people say, that a community or things that you do as a leader will be amplified. The way you raise a community, it will be. So very, very few words on how you can actually get newcomers to use your newly polished pipeline for newcomers. Participate in hackathons, summer of codes, make workshops for newcomers, and just enjoy them coming to you. So I always end my talks with something I want you to do. Maintainers, please try to do at least some of this for your project. The open spaces was yesterday. Sorry, I forgot to update the sites. And the newcomers ask for those things, because maybe the maintainer just doesn't know about it yet. Thank you very much. I hope it helps.
Thanks, Lasse. Up next, we have Pat Curry on This Is My First Time for Everything. Hey, so listen, I gather that, and I haven't seen this directly, that on Twitter some people were saying that maybe I was a little bit mean to Florian after his presentation about the amazing Vim-powered browser. So I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I'm a Vim user, and I think that idea is awesome. And second of all, like, if I was saying a project this niche and this crazy, if he can do it, anyone can do it, my message there really was one of ambition. Like, that is a niche project, but I want to, that thing should really stimulate each and every one of us to go out and try things, and we're always surprised by the feedback we can get back from strangers and from the community out there. So really, for me, it was an inspirational story. That's really what I meant to emphasize. I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression, but please take the lesson that I did from that story, which is Florian is amazing, we all can be amazing, and we should all go out and try these things that seem impossible, and we're so often surprised by how well they'll turn out. So forget applauding that. Please applaud Patrick, who's come us to tell us about everything.
Gracias. Este es mi primera vez hablando en español delante de una gran audiencia, y gracias a la gente de Bilbao y los organizadores del Europython. This is also my first time speaking in English in front of such a large crowd. It's my first lightning talk. It's my first Europython. A couple days ago was the first time I've ever been pickpocketed. This is my first time using Reveal.js, and I am now working at my first web developer job at the Leibniz Zentrum for Marine Tropenecology in Bremen, Germany. You know? And yeah. These are my contact details. I'm going to be asking for help in a little bit. Here's another first. So why did the monkey paint his balls red? To hide in a cherry tree. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know. So what's the loudest sound in the jungle? A giraffe eating cherries. Yeah. Okay. So this is the site that I'm working on, and it's built on a Django backend with a Postgres database and a Leaflet.js maps background. And what I do is I call, using the request module, URL where I have a data set that I can project on here. So here's some dummy data sets. This is one. This is Bienvenidos. Here's another one. You can call it, and it hopefully will arrive. There it is. This is the ZMT that I work at in Bremen. And it's here. Anyways, it works. And the idea is to create a place where people can put their mapping data sets and project them onto a map. This is the form that you would use to put everything on there. Then hopefully I'll be able to display everything onto a map like this. And I'm working on this project all alone. And after watching Dougal Matthews, Adam Dangor's Daniel Prosidas, and the Koalas talks on reviewing code, I felt like I should ask for some help. So this is the Django model that I use. It's fairly simple, and the most important is the URLs section right here. I'm going to be adding a user model for authentication and stuff, but I call the URL to get the data into the site, and from the requests and serializers, and this is what that looks like. It's kind of crazy, and I'm pretty sure that there's a better way to do this, but I don't know it. So I've come here to ask for everybody's help. Considering we've been talking about code review, if you guys have any suggestions, send me an email, or want to do some code review, go ahead and find the GitHub account. Oh, and I'll put that up in just a second. In response to Daniel Prosida's frustration with the terms rockstar and ninja, I thought maybe we could be wizards. Maybe we could be electric wizards. Yes. Anyways, Dankeschön. So, that's it.
Thank you, Patrick. So Armin, you're next. After Armin, we'll have Pierre Guilbert on Py3 Stats. Pierre, are you here?
HDMI.
There you go, fantastic. And then after that, we've got Danny and Andreas on SHA 2017. And I know you're over there. Good. I should also say that when I joke about this year being Linux on the desktop, that I am a proud Linux user, and I fight those issues all the time, and I have the full Stockholm syndrome that's engendered by that. Armin, are you ready to go? Yes. Give him a big hand, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so this is about a very boring problem. You have a big application, big Python application, and this big Python application has a bug. Then, well, you're probably going to spend the next 2 weeks fighting this bug because it's hard to reproduce, etc., etc. So just for fun, here is one big application with a bug. Okay, so everything I'm going to show in this demo is on this huge application, but actually it works on a real large application. Okay? Can you see what the problem is? Okay, it's Python 2, yes. Okay, so, well, obviously here the problem is that the list will contain one of the objects twice. And then this loop will add the value of this single object. It will add 1 twice. So that then this strange assertion here will fail. Okay? And then, well, of course, if you run it, crash. And then you're not happy because, well, what crashes is this line here. Okay, and then what can I do? I mean, it's a bit pointless, but I could do that. But then what do I get from that? I get an object x, and x dot value is 7. Yes, thank you. So what else can I do? You can actually start it using a special version of a Python interpreter. That is a special version of PyPy, actually, as it turns out. That does not really matter. And I say that I want to produce a log file. So now I've run my program, and it crashed, and it produced a log file of everything that this program did. Okay? So what do I do with it then? I use another program on the log file. This is for color code lightning. And now I get a debugger. And this is called the reverse debugger, because now I am at the first line, and if I say continue, it goes up to the last executed line, which is os.exit in this case, and we see that it's 19th, 888th executed line of code. Okay, that's boring. And then I can print my object and see that the value is wrong, like it's 7. But what I can also do is going backwards, step by step. So now I'm on that other line. Okay, but that's not the end of the story. Now, x dot value is 7, right? Yeah. So x is this object's $0. So I can actually print $0.value. That's just a strange syntax, but I can watch it. Now I'm watching $0.value, and I can continue running backward. And now it stopped backward at the point where $0.value changed. This is the point where the value changed to 6. And if I go again backward, this is the point further back where it changed to 5. Okay? So it means it's twice in the list LST1. If I print LST1 when it's a big list, okay? But I see that this big list is $2. So I can watch, I can see, I can count. Like, yes, it's really twice in this list. Why is it twice in this list? I'm going to watch this. Now I'm watching the fact that this value is 2. Now I continue backward, and it's this line. That's like before it was 1, and after it's 2. So this is the line that is your real bug. And now you've found the bug.
Thank you, Amen. Next, Pierre Gilbat. Gilbat, where are you, Pierre? There you go. Thanks, Gil. Fine, so I'd like to do for you now one of my favorite songs and one of my party pieces. It's about a minute long. And it's a song, a famous rap, actually. I like to rap, by an outfit called Salt and Pepper. And I'll do that probably just after the next speaker. Please give Pierre a big hand.
Hello, so this is my first talk ever at the Europython, and it's about the pi3 status and Xrender, so thank you. So I'm sorry, but it's very X11 centric, Linux and stuff, but you are going to say, why Xrender? Oh no, I don't want to hear about it. But I hope this makes you want to switch to a better window managing system. So why this talk? I was watching people trying to plug their computer yesterday, struggling so hard with their display, and I was like, why? This is 2016. This should not be that difficult. Exactly. So what is Xrender? Xrender R is a primitive command line interface to the Render R extension, and Render R extension is a kind of communication protocol. And Xrender provides the ability to use that protocol and resize, rotate, and do things with your screens. Okay? So, what's i3-WM? i3-WM is the best tiling window manager out there. And i3 status is a very small program that handles in a very efficient way the updating of the ifree bar. And by the way, I'm going to show you the ifree bar in the next minute, so be patient. But also check out Qtile. It's written in Python, and it's quite like ifree. So what's ifree status? It's an extension of ifree status that handles the ifree bar, and it can do a lot of things. The coolest feature for me is that it can handle click events. So I'm going to show you a live demo of it. So, oh, okay. I'm going to switch to clone mode. So, up. And so now you can just see what I'm seeing right now. So this is the ifree bar there. And this is the Xpander ARM module of ifree status. And I can scroll and change mode. And I can change also the sound and stuff like that. So this is on the left side the simple configuration of Xpander. And you can see that I can say when I plug my DisplayPort, it will put the HDMI A1 on the right, for instance. And I can do that. I can shut down the screen. Oops. And I can put the screen back on. But, yeah. I can do that also. I can just say, oh, I don't want to be on the screen. And then I plug it. And then when I plug it back on, oh, I have to. And when I plug it back on, this, please work? Yeah. Okay. And so I'm back to the slides now. And this is the configuration, and I'm going to show you the GitHub now, but I hope you all like this right now. Amazing. And yeah, so here is the GitHub. This is some things about ifree status on Twitter, so if you want to share your impression or see what people are talking about, saying about ifree status. And please, you're all seeing what I'm doing right now? Or? No? Please have a look at the GitHub. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
This is one of those songs that you start off thinking is really lame, and then you kind of like it in an ironic way, and then you realize one day that you just actually like it. This one. Now I can bring home the bacon, fry it in the pan. Never let you forget that you're a man. Cause I'm a W-O-M-A-N. That's what I am, doing what I can. The thing that makes me mad, crazy, upset. Gotta break my neck just to get my respect. Go to work and get paid less than a man when I'm doing the same damn thing as he can, When I'm aggressive, then I'm a witch. When I got attitude, you call me a bitch. We could be a weak sex fool. Oh yeah, you a fool. Have you ever been in labor? I don't think so, no. I'm a genuine feminine female thing. Can you hang? Ain't nothing but a sheep thing. Dan Charles, 2017, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. We're going to talk about not really a conference, but a camp that is next year, SHA 2017. We are actually not Danny and Andreas, but Witchdog. That's me, and this is Bix. Hi. We're from Hack42, which is a Dutch hackerspace. Actually, the best hackerspace Warnhem. Also, the only hackerspace Warnhem. So this SHA 2017, what is it? Well, the unofficial name is still Hacking Anyway. You may or may not know that every 4 years there is a hacker camp in the Netherlands. 3 years ago, that was OM 2013. That was my first hacker camp. I think Bix has been to many more.
One more.
One more, okay. Anyway, so what is it? like I said, every 4 years, and every 4 years we think of another confusing name. Sorry? It's actually a large campsite. We've got a lot of big tents that are really way too hot. We don't have any hotels or stuff like that. If you want to go there, you'll have to bring your own camping stuff. And there's, well, nerds, techies, programmers maybe even. People speak Python there. There's people who talk Boolean over there. Really, everything like that, you know. What can you find there? Well, open technology, the most amazing tech, the most amazing knowledge. We do little projects. What you see on this picture is actually a radio antenna, and the colors on there is a live working VU meter that was indicating whether there was any broadcast at all, really. So please join us. Either come and help us organize, or be a volunteer at the campsite. This is our URL. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We've got Promoting Python in Student Community Mentoring Interns by Bhargava. Are you here? Bhargava. We'll skip that one for a minute. FOSDEM, Stéphane Viertel. After Stéphane, if we can find the Promoting Python Bhargava person. Otherwise, Statistical Data Visualizations by Klaus Achinger. Klaus, are you here somewhere? Fantastic. So this boy has this dog, and it's a very shaggy dog. And all his friends are all constantly remarking on the exceptional shagginess of this dog. And eventually his friends and family say, you know what, you should enter your dog in the village shaggy dog competition to see who has the shaggiest dog. So he thinks, okay, well, I'll give it a go. I mean, okay, could I really win? I'm not so sure. I'll tell you who can win. It's Stéphane telling you about FOSDEM.
My name is not really important, but I'm just Stéphane. So it's just an announcement about one date, the 4 and 5 February 2017 in Brussels, in Belgium. We will have the FOSDEM 2017. It's just a small event where we can find some hackers, lecturers, and the rest. Yes, that's the description on the website. But in brief, it's just talk, hack, beer, talk, hack, and sometimes some beers, okay? The result, we try to improve the free and open source software. In my case, just Python. We try also to improve the skill, my skill and the knowledge. So for the FOSDEM, it's just a small event with 5,000 hackers, 400 lecturers, and of course, unlimited beers because we are in Belgium. So, yes, this event is totally free. Okay? For the next, we have some topics. You like Pythons, but I think that you like some other topics. We can find LLVM, security, PostgreSQL, MySQL, virtualization with Xen, Docker, and the rest. Testing, IoT, configuration, container, Go, Ruby, and Perl. But of course, there is a Python dev room. So, a small example. If you don't know FOSDEM, it's just that. 1,000 people in the same room. 1,000. It's not the bigger room. So, welcome to Python FOSDEM 2017. The last year, we received 500 awesome Pythonistas. Thank you. 16 lecturers, and of course, unlimited beers. That's the room of the Python FOSDEM. At the beginning, we received 80 people. The last year, with the success, we received 400 or 500 people in the same room. Thank you.
That's all?
Oh, sorry. So
Thank you, Stéphane.
There will be a dinner.
I'd just like to say that I've been to FOSDEM and I've been to Belgium just for it, and it's not only beer that you can get in Belgium, and you don't have to drink beer, that's not compulsory. You can also get fries. Fantastic. So, Klaus, are you coming up and getting ready? After Klaus, we'll have Jernef Makoviec, probably? Yeah. Oh. Managing compliance and technical debt. What's the actual name? That was pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. So surprise, surprise, he goes and actually wins this local shaggy dog competition. His dog is so shaggy that he wins the village shaggy dog competition. Would you believe? Are you ready, Klaus?
Yep.
Let's give it a go.
So, hi, I'm Klaus. I do data analysis and scientific computing, and I want to quickly show you a library that really increased the quality of my working life. Visually exploring data sets is often a very tedious task, and this is where Seaborn comes in handy. So Seaborn is a visualization library that is built on top of Matplotlib and also SciPy and Pandas. So it's kind of standing on the shoulders of giants, and it offers a high-level interface to produce statistical graphics. So it might be interesting because it has nice style functions, appealing color palettes, and you can do distribution plots, regression plots, categorical plots, and axis grid objects. So I'll give you a few examples. Basically for a time series plot and a categorical plot. I have here a small data set where I have categorical variables and wage, and we want to see how wage depends on these categorical variables. I hope it is okay if I continue because it's not very inclusive, our data set. There are only male participants, but I hope it's okay. So let's see what we have. I want to see how wage depends on education and race by means of box plots. For those who don't know what box plots are, it's basically a plot and a box. So here we have half of the data lies in this area. We have some robust statistical estimates, and here we have outliers, so there are some people earning quite a lot of money. And yeah, we said we want to relate it to education, so let's add education to the x-axis. And we see here, it also, I think it already looks quite fine, but the order is a bit distorted, so let's change the order here by adding the order keyword. And we see that it helps to have high education, but it is not really necessary, so you can already be a top earner, even as a grad student, at least in this data set. And yeah, how about race? So let's include race. We could do this, of course, by adding a second plot, but it's hard to see the relationship. So it would be much nicer to first split the data set according to education and then according to race. So let's do that. We have a hue variable, which is split up by race, and now we have everything together over the education and also over race. Then you might say, okay, it's a bit dense, so make it lighter, change the styling of the plot. And yeah, for example, like this. And I don't know whether you used the Matplotlib, but I think 5 lines for this graphic, that's quite good. So yeah, it's a fast way to produce good-looking overview graphics. So this was an example for a categorical plot. Another thing that I have frequently is a time series. So in this case, we'll take a look at the sample data from a European air quality database. In this case, it's nitrogen dioxide. So it looks like this. We have a datetime index and some variable, and we want to explore this variable. In this case, it's from Vienna, but I think it doesn't matter here. So what does it look like? For sake of simplicity, restrict ourselves to the last year in the data set.
We use partial string indexing. That's quite nice, I think. It's part of a pandas feature. And yeah, this is how it looks like. So we know that the cause for nitrogen dioxide are, for example, cars. So since we know that cars don't occur uniformly over the day, it would be interesting to see how the concentration changes over time, and also whether there is a difference between weekends and during the week. So let's add this information to the data set. I had a column that tells us is it weekend or not. We had another variable that is depicting the hour of day, and another variable that we need for aggregation purposes. So we just add the information that we want to display in our plot to our data frame, and then we just plot it. So it's like this. Maybe it's a bit hard to read, so it would be nicer if you could aggregate, maybe using a median or so, some other robust estimator. Let's do this, and there we are. So we clearly see that during the weekend, the nitrogen dioxide concentration is much, much less. We have this typical peak in the morning hours caused by all the people who drive to work by car, and there we are. So we had just a few lines of code to add the information, and another 3 lines for the plot. For me, this is quite useful, and maybe you want to check it out as well. I think my 5 minutes are over. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of announcements. Alexander here, can you see him, everyone? Stand up. We've just received notification that a talk is cancelled at the last minute. So if anybody would like to do an extra last-minute talk, first come, first served, you have to find Alexander after the lightning talks end, because it's not fair, because otherwise just the front row will get to him first. So first come, first served, free talk slot tomorrow. The other announcement is that Pokemon trainer by the name of a Pokemon trainer has won the Pokemon Go Championship, and I'm here to announce their name. The name is A Throaty Mule. Are you in here? Maybe it's an anonymous thing. But anyway, the prize is a free ticket to the cider house for this evening, so you'll be able to pick that up from the registration desk. Congratulations, the best Pokemon trainer, whatever that means. And one final clap here for Janet, please.
So, hi guys. I must confess I really liked all the lectures, but there were some that really somehow resonated with me. I was really surprised how many therapeutic sessions we had. You know, we talked about how we write tests, how the upper management doesn't understand that we need to write tests, and we also discussed how to make pull request reviews as best as possible. And so all of this energy just to not fuck up things. And like an hour ago, we had a discussion, it was a talk, what do we do when we fuck up things? In my day job, we deal a lot of the time with startups that have similar problems. And interestingly, it doesn't matter if they are very small, if they are just verifying the market, or if they just got like $10 million in their D funding round. And I just thought it would be interesting to share some of the solutions that worked for us. So yeah, again, the meta classes guy. So meta classes at the end of the day are really not that black magic. And I will try to argue how they can actually help us in daily life to resolve conflicts or similar things. So the first picture should basically make the whole point, and because I don't have much time, I'll just skip it. I'll just make the case so you can then at home check what is actually going on. Okay, we have some code. So you see we have here two classes. The first is decorate public methods, and the second is require docs. So usually the teams that don't have the time or the budget to write tests and yada yada, they also probably don't have time or the budget or the resources or whatever to set up the CI pipelines and things like that. So the other options is, of course, to find some static analysis tools or linters and configure them correctly. But if you have like a legacy project, you'll get just noise. So here are a couple of solutions. So the require docs class, you see it is a method here which indicates that it is somehow connected with meta classes. And now every class that will be subclassed from this one will check on initialization, or better yet, whenever you start the app. So you get instant feedback, no waiting for the test or the CI server or whatever. You just run it and you'll get an exception if your method doesn't contain a docstring. So how cool is that? So if you want to go further, you can analyze the docstring and say, and write your parser here and say, hey, if this docstring doesn't comply to, let's say, Google guidelines, throw an exception. And you can do a lot of cool things like that just with meta classes. And again, you get like instant feedback. You don't have to wait for Jenkins or whatever. And it doesn't take a lot of resources. So that was kind of the compliance part. And towards the technical depth part, so again, I worked with Selenium for quite some time. And you know, if you want to have the proper reports and so on, you have to configure a bunch of things. So a solution would be to write a decorator that catches an exception and makes a screenshot and at that point. But in this case, you would have to decorate all of your test methods. Not very cool. Just write a class like this, a meta class, and use it in your test class. And from there, if you subclass that class, it just works. So if you check out what's happening here, you traverse through the class methods, and you basically decorate them. And you are doing that for all of them. The other thing is, yeah, we didn't have time for design and whatever excuse. And yeah, basically you can refactor step by step, and that's basically the same solution. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. So you have a class, it has some arguments, and you can solve it like that with meta classes. And that's it, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the crowd selfie, everyone. Stick your tongues out. And that is, in fact, all we have time for today. So thank you very much to each and every single one of the speakers. Thanks to each and every one of you. Thanks to all the trainers, thanks to all the organizers, thanks to the volunteers, thanks to the bar staff in all the bars, thanks to the restaurant owners, thanks to the people who sell us ice cream on the street, thanks to the people who made the bridges and the museum and the arts and the pigeons and the birds and the bees and the nature and the sky and the clouds and everything.
Where is Alexander? Alexander, regarding the talk.